Good morning, we're in the record. Happy New Year, everyone. Good morning. Good morning again, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis is present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are eight cases scheduled for today for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is case number 22 PRO 00115 Twally, license number 122616. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. Yaniv Barizilai, your access has been elevated. Brian Parker, your access has been elevated. Santiago Lacatos, your access has been elevated. George Salt, your access has been elevated. Michelle Ringet, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's have the parties that introduce themselves for the record. Please please say and spell your name for the record. Let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Don Johannes here on behalf of the applicant SIDONYOHANNES, and George Salt is here and he can introduce himself.
Good morning, Mr. Salt. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is George Salt, GEORGE, space SAULT.
What's your relationship, sir?
I am your applicant, or one of the representing the applicant on behalf of the business.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning. let's have the ANC representative identify themselves, please.
Yes, good morning, sir. My video is coming in slowly. Santiago Lakatos, SANTIAGO LAKATOS. I represent Advisory Neighborhood Commission, just single member District 1B04, which contains the applicants.
Good morning, Mr. I'm sorry. Say your name one more time for me, please, sir.
Lakatos, Santiago Lakatos.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who's the representative for the group?
Good morning. My name is Yaniv Barzilai, YANIV BARZILAI, and I'm a representative of the so-called group of 20 of neighbors that have supported protest for this license. Some of my colleagues and neighbors are here as well, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Why don't you just call their names, and once you call the person's name, I'd like that person then to spell and state their name for the record.
Great.
Sir.
Let me next go to Brian Parker, who is also a designated representative of the group of 20.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Parker, BRIAN PARKER. And I am in that group of 20 that Yaniv had mentioned earlier, as one of the members of the group of 20.
Good morning, sir.
And let me turn to Michelle Ringette, who is an abutting neighbor and has standing both as abutting and as a part of the group of 20.
Hi, I am Michelle Ringette of 1324 Florida Ave, next to 1328 Florida Ave. My name is spelled Michelle, last name Ringette, RINGUETTE, and yay, and my husband is able to join as well. Name and spelling.
Hi, David Price, first name DAVID, last name Price, ERICE.
And we live here with our 15-year-old son, Eamon, EAMON.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Who else is here? Anyone else is here? So, as everyone identify themselves for the record, that's what I'm trying to find out.
To my knowledge, from the neighborhood perspective, yes.
All right. Good morning. I heard Miss Regarrett. I'm sorry. Michael. I'm sorry. What's the last name? Is it Michelle? What's the last name again? Sorry.
Ringette.
Ringette. So Miss Ringette and Mr. Price identify themselves as abutting property owners. So I need to get some clarification on that. Ms. Johannes, what is your position regarding that issue? Because it's my understanding that only two groups were granted standing at the roll call, and it was the ANC and the group of 5 or more, and standing was not granted to the abutting property owner by the board's agent because the board's agent determined that they were not abutting property owners. So what is your position, Ms. Johannes?
Our position is that they are not abutting property owners, and we would like to move to dismiss their protest as such. The board has held that properties that don't share walls or ceilings with the licensed establishment or the applicant are not abutting property owners, and that is the case here. We do not share a wall or a ceiling with Ms. Ringette or Mr. Price, therefore they are not abutting property owners.
What type of building, I guess from your perspective, is this a condo building? What is it? I don't know. What type of residence from your perspective, do the Ms. Ringette and Mr. Price have?
Our understanding is that it is a townhome.
Mr. Donovan, with your permission,
Just hold on. I mean, who's speaking, please? I will identify. Let me I'm sorry, who was asking a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Donovan, this is Yaniv Barzilai. I just wanted to offer GIS information.
Just hold on 1 minute, sir. I will, I'm speaking to the licensee, so they're the ones. And it's a preliminary, I was gonna ask a preliminary issues, but because in the introduction, they had stated that they were abutting property owners, so therefore, since I'm aware that standing was not granted to them, that's why I'm trying to get some clarification. So, it's my understanding that at the roll call hearing, the board's agent did not have sufficient information to determine that they were abutting property owners. So that's one of the reasons why standing was not granted to the abutting property owners. And so in order so this board would have to make a determination this morning whether or not they have standing, whether or not they have standing. And so I'm trying to get some clarification from the licensees first. And then once I have clarification from the licensee, then I'm going to ask specific questions of the individuals who are stating that they are abutting property owners. All right, so go ahead, Ms. Johannes.
Yes, you know, our understanding is that it is a townhome. The building where the establishment is located, there is also a vacant, I would say, property or premises that would be abutting to their home, but we are not abutting. There is a hallway. There is a whole other vacant establishment, and we do have information to show as well. I could send this document to legal, prepare to do so now if the board wants to review it, or I could share my screen.
What document is it that you have to share? What document do you have, ma'am?
It's a DC zoning. It's a zoomed in view of the actual property and our establishment and where exactly the abutting property is and where our establishment is to show that there is a space in between where they are not actually touching.
All right. If you want to share, do you want to share your screen, ma'am?
Yes, I can do
Mr.
so.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Ms. Johannes to share her screen, please?
Access has been elevated.
What are we looking at, Ms. Johannes?
What we are looking at here is what is in pink is
Are you able to enlarge that document, because we're seeing, so we just see the document by itself rather than I'm looking at your folder.
right now. You're looking at my folder.
I'm looking at the document and your folder with all your documents. So right.
How about now?
The view has not changed.
Does not.
But why don't you double click on the document to open the, yes, I believe that.
I don't know why it's doing that. Sorry.
It's frozen.
And now?
The document is frozen, it's not open, so.
Oh God.
Maybe you can close it and try to open it again.
Okay. Let me stop and retry. Apologies. Let me get out.
Excuse me. Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Although you need to close that, yes, okay. All right, so what are you showing us now, ma'am?
Okay, what I'm showing is what's in pink here is our establishment. This is the abutting property, and this is the vacant property.
All right, so you're saying
I
that,
say abutting property, my apologies. I'm speaking of Mr. Price and Miss Ringette's townhome is here.
I'm sorry, you're saying here, where you're showing
Here
where
in
the
yellow.
yellow is?
Correct, we're pointing where that arrow is.
And so you're saying that the pink is the business. So what is the what is the other building or drawings that you're showing us? What is that?
So what is it? And I don't know if you could see sort of my cursor here. If I'm pointing here, can you see this?
No, I don't see your
So
cursor.
what is below? So what is below? And what is actually abutting?
Okay. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see your cursor. Yes.
Okay, so this area is the vacant premise. It's a vacant property or a vacant area within the building. And this is where Miss Rangette and Mr. Price's townhome is. But this is a whole other an establishment that we don't, or when I say establishment, a property or premises that we don't own, operate, or have a lease with. It's separate and apart from Tally, which is in pink here.
All right. So you're saying the green between the pink and the yellow, that's a different establishment. That's what you're saying, or a different property.
Correct.
Any other assertions you wish to make?
No, not at this time.
All right, you can close your screen for the moment, please. Oh no, well, all right. I might ask you to do that. Okay, so Mr. Price and Miss. Oh Lord, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's Ringette, and you can call me Michelle.
Miss Ringette. All right, so explain to me why is it that you're stating that you're abutting property owners, that you are abutting property owners?
Well, we live at 1324 Florida Ave. We moved here in 2006, and we have not been able to receive information from Taule on what the interior of the building looks like. We've already been impacted by the construction that had been happening in the building. And from our perspective, that this is a license request for 1328, and anything happening inside that building. And since we've lived here, it's had schools in it, it had a WeWork in it. Jose Andreas had World Central Kitchen's offices in it. Like, we've had a ton of great neighbors in there, but we also recognize that regardless of where in the structure a business is located, it has direct impact on our home, the noise, the smells, the vibrations. Our house was built in 1890. I think the walls crack pretty easily. So we experience them as an abutting neighbor. So, but I do thank you for sharing. Could you tell us how wide that distance is? Because we do have a window that looks into that space. And I assumed you were going to use it as storage. It's not currently a business.
But let me ask you a question, Ms. Ringette. Do you share a wall with the establishment?
Well, with what they are seeking to build, based upon the schematics they've just shown, it does not look like the wall is shared.
All right, so if you don't share a wall with them, then you're not an abutting property owner.
I just think it depends on the legal interpretation, if it's the building they're housed in or the wall that they've constructed in the building. So I would agree if you're saying the wall that they've constructed to be the back end of the restaurant, as opposed to the structure housing them, then I would have to agree with that, but I'm not a lawyer.
As an abutting, I'll get you, sir. As an abutting property owner, you have to share a wall And you also I'm sorry. You have to share a wall, a common wall. Yeah, you have to share a common wall. If you do not share a common wall, then you cannot be granted standing as an abutting property owner. I mean, you have standing as a protestant, as a group of 5 or more, because whatever happens in the building impacts you as a group of 5 or more. But if you do not share a common wall with them, then you are not an abutting property owner.
And I apologize for pressing on this point. It's literally just my naivete on this. In terms of the permit that they sought, I did not see it requesting a distinct space that already existed within 1328. I thought the permit was for building it within 1328, in which case, regardless of where the restaurant is building a wall, if the permit is sought for 1328, we do indeed, it runs the length of my home.
But let me ask you a question, ma'am. You stated before that there were additional buildings, other usage of the property before. Is that correct?
In the past,
and
yeah.
You stated that you have a window where you can see. Is that correct?
In our back courtyard area, right off of our porch, there's a barred window that looks into the space where there's a lot of construction gear and debris. But certainly before the permit was issued and after the permit, we've been dealing with the impact of the deep construction that's been happening inside the Douglas development space.
Well, I know you, as I stated before, but if you're saying that there's a window, therefore you don't share a common wall then, because
No. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I'd have to pull up a shot of it. It runs the whole length of my house and their building is longer. So then it also continues to our back area, which is a courtyard. And then there's a closed off alley behind our house. And that's where they have a courtyard. And then the building then extends and turns.
All right. Let me see. Hold on a minute, please.
Ms. Johannes, did you want to put up the screen again and then I could point on the screen to?
I can if you.
The question was answered, ma'am. You stated that you don't share a common wall with them. So yes, you are impacted by what occurs on the property. You can still participate at this juncture. You can still participate in this hearing. However, it does not appear, based on your assertion that you do not share a common wall with them, that you are an abutting property owner. Okay, so that's where we are at the moment. I'm going to have the board, once I hear other arguments, I'm going to have, hold on a minute, please. I need to, give me 1 minute. I need to plug in my laptop. Hold on 1 minute, please. Before I lose that, hold on 1 minute, please.
Am I able to ask questions for clarification, since these are the first times that we've seen the plans? Because I have comfort if the restaurant.
Hold on, ma'am. I said hold on a minute. I needed to plug in my laptop, because if not, my battery was dying. So now I'm back that I've plugged in my laptop. Okay. All right. So I am glad that I wasn't paying attention. So I'm glad that I got some notification from my laptop that my power source was low. All right. What were you now saying, ma'am?
Sorry, since this is the first time that plans of the specific space have been shared with us, and from my understanding, that the permit was requesting the space in 1328, which would run all the way to my house. I'm wondering, the wall that's been built to contain the backside of the restaurant, for legal purposes, then the restaurant or the tavern would only be granted a license up into the point of that wall. And then can you tell me how many feet exists between the wall that's being constructed and what would be my property?
Well, that's Miss
If I might speak up here, Michelle, I'd be happy to go over the schematics and the floor plan at a different time.
Hold on, Mr. Salt, hold on. That is,
Yes.
your attorney would have to allow you to speak. But I'm sorry, who has their hand up? Is that you, Mr. Lagartoris?
No, this is Yaniv Barzilai. I'm happy to wait until after Michelle is done speaking.
All right, okay. Go ahead, ma'am. You can lower your hand, sir, then I'll have you speak. After she's done speaking, you can speak. Go ahead, ma'am. All right, ma'am, you're on, I can't hear you.
Yes, oh, no. So I had asked and George was willing to show me, but you advised that he speak with his lawyer first.
Right.
So
right. The burden is on you to prove to us that you are an abutting property owner. So, and the question that I'd ask is, in order for you to be an abutting property owner, your building, your townhouse has to share a common wall or a common ceiling with the establishment. Now, if to be an abutting property owner, so if you do not share, and you're stated that you do not, so if you do not share a common wall with them, you cannot be granted standing as an abutting property owner. And I believe that you stated that you do not share a common wall with them. It's whether or not the plan that they have. I mean, if I share a wall with another building, then I'm a abutting property owner. If there's half an inch of space between the property, you're not abutting.
I appreciate that completely. And the reason why I'm sort of sticking on the point is because I think it's fundamentally different in legal code, whether or not the permit grants them space up into touching my wall, even if they construct a wall. So I just don't know, because I know that a wall was constructed, but the question is there a permit for a unit that is contained within where they built the wall, or did they build a wall which effectively made them not abut me, and yet the permit they're seeking does make them abutting? So if they wanted to take down the wall at some point to expand, they could do so because they're permitted to do so. So I apologize, it's on me because I don't have the permit up in front of me, the permit request. But my understanding was it was a permit request for 1328, and that would go right up touching and running alongside our wall.
But let me ask you another question, ma'am. All right. What other businesses have been in that space?
At one point, there was a school that had big gym area, playroom. At one point, Maidan, the restaurant that shares some of the same owners on the other side of the public alley, they had opened up and were doing indoor seating because it had a garage door. Upstairs, there have been a couple of nonprofits. So, but it's a giant unit that's really been customized for the occupants. So that's why I'm trying to understand whether or not Taule is seeking a permit that is for 1328 and then being built to spec, or if their permit request is for a specific unit, because 1328 is, I am indeed the abutting property owner of 1328. I do not know if they are delimited by their request, which would have been for a unit inside of 1328, in which case I could make a legal argument that like the building that they're in, but if we are technical about sharing a wall, I just want to make sure that their permit only grants them the space up to the wall that is newly constructed. And then I'd like to know how far that wall is from my home. But like, I'm not, we'd like to find an amicable solution, and I don't want to waste everyone's time like over small details, but it is significant to us if they do own the property that extends to that space, whether or not they're actively using it.
Well, I think that there are two specific issues here, and this is how this becomes important. If you are a group of five or more, and if the licensee signs a settlement agreement with the ANC, then the protest by the group of five or more falls. If the licensee signs an settlement agreement and there is an abutting property owner, then the abutting property owner can move forward with the protest hearing. So that's what I'm saying. That is only when that's the only time that becomes the distinction that you're making becomes apparent if there is a settlement agreement and you're not a part of it. So so from a legal perspective, that's when that becomes important. If we move forward to a protest hearing, you're still participating, but it only becomes an issue if there's a settlement agreement with the ANC, and if you didn't agree with it, then as a regular protestant, then your protest would fall. But as an abutting property owner, you could still move forward with a protest hearing. So that's the distinction where granting you standing would make a difference in this particular case. Okay. All right. So let me have the ANC. He had wanted to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm actually not the ANC. I'm a representative, but I have the schematic.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're one of the designated representatives for the group. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. What do you want to say?
I just wanted to offer, I have the schematics that I think is clarifying, and if you just give me about 1 to 2 minutes to share to clarify this information, I will share this right now. So the issue here is a question of what this looks like. And so please confirm that you are able to see what I'm sharing for the photo here.
We can see your screen, sir.
The issue in question is 1328 Florida Avenue Northwest, which is where Towla is going to be. The abutting neighbor is 1324 Florida Avenue Northwest, and they share this wall. What has happened is that Towla has constructed an interior component of this and built a wall for the purpose of arguing that there is no abutting neighbor. But as a matter of fact, 1324 and 1328 Florida Avenue Northwest are abutting and share a common wall. And if Ms. Johannes would like, she'd be happy. I'd welcome her clarification. But my understanding is that prior to their construction, there was no dividing wall interior to create a separation, and that the primary purpose of this construction was indeed to argue against Ms. Ringuette being a abutting property member. When a similar restaurant had been put in here by the same owners, it was actually still determined that Ms. Ringuette was an abutting property owner 5 years ago by ABRA. So I think that there is strong standing for Ms. Ringuette to be granted status as a abutting neighbor. And I will just pause there and stop sharing if that's okay.
All right. What restaurant was there before?
So over here is Maidan. It is the sister restaurant of Towla. And Michelle was granted status in 2017 as an abutting neighbor.
I'm sorry, what's the name of the restaurant again? I'm sorry.
Maidan, M-A-Y-D-A-N. And because 1328 is a larger property, any individual segment of that unit that is used, any part of 1328, is still considered to be an abutting property to 1324. And the DCGIS is what I'm presenting right now to try to make that clarification.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Giannis. I mean, I see that your client wants to speak, but you need to give if your client wants to speak, then you need to give him permission to speak or not. Okay.
I will say something, and I will then allow my client to speak. One, I mean, this is I just want to make 2 points, because we are hearing from Yaniv, who is part of the group of 5. He's not an abutting property owner, and he's not alleging to be a property owner or Miss Ringette's or Mr. Price's representative. I think it's inappropriate for him to be presenting things at this time. I just want to make that I want to note that. The second thing is regarding what he has shown or what has been stated by Ms. Ringette regarding the property and the permits that are pulled. We don't have access to this entire building. The entire building is not our building. We are not making these divisions. That's important to note. If a property owner is dividing this property, that's up to the property owner. And we don't have access to this entire building. Our premises is only the premises in which I have shown.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I thought you were done.
I was just going to say, and there's been indications about, I mean, I'll let Mr. Salt speak. I think he does want to speak. I will let him speak, but I know that there's been, there's a comment about the window and her in which she can see and not see. This is into the other vacant premises. Whatever is being shown in that vacant premises, we don't have access to. We are not going to be in that premises. We don't share, we don't have access to it. Therefore, we don't share walls. We don't share ceilings with Ms. Ringette, and therefore she's not an abutting property owner. I think that's clear. Mr. Salt, did you want to add something here?
Mr. Salt, you have your hand up and you, I can't see you anymore, sir. Mr. Salt.
Take away.
Well, his hand is still raised, so I just can't see him, so I don't know what it is. All right, I'm not gonna have, he's not available, and so, sir, you're not a part of this group. You're not, so you can't make, you're the part of, I'm sorry. Mr. Barzella, you are the designated representative for the group. I have not been told that you're a representative of Miss Regella, and I apologize. So therefore, I can't have you speak further on her behalf. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to have you have the final. I'm going to have Miss Regella. I'm going to have you have the final say, and then I'm going to.
Okay,
what my position is.
I apologize. I should have made clear that Mr. Barzile is indeed both my neighbor, but we did ask him to assist us with this, as my husband and I are not lawyers and do not have legal training. And obviously Taule is allowed to bring legal representation. So we asked for assistance as well in making our case, because as mentioned, we were granted standing as the abutting property owner for when they opened Maidan, which is very much further away than this location would be.
All right. If ma'am, all right, you were not granted standing at the roll call hearing. So because you were not granted standing at the roll call hearing, at this forum, the board would have to make a decision to grant you standing. And so therefore, that's why we're making this decision. That's why I'm asking these questions today. And I was going to wait for the parties to bring that I was waiting for Ms. Johannes to make a motion, but in your introduction, you had stated that you're the abutting property owner. So therefore, that's one of the reasons why I inputted myself into this argument, because it's my understanding that you were not granted standing, and so therefore that's why I'm allowing arguments. This is actually more contentious than this is not a simple decision to make. So what the board is going to do today, we are not going to make a decision on granting you standing. However, I'm going to ask both parties to file a motion. So Ms. Johannes, you can file a motion asking to dismiss that, basically provide us legal arguments, your charts to state that they are not an abutting property owner. And Ms.
Ringette.
Ms. Ringette, then you can respond. You can file something to provide us proof that you are. I mean, the board, this matter, if this matter goes to, if this matter is not settled, we're going to have a protest hearing. A protest hearing will be scheduled for February 1st, 2022 at 1:30. The board is going to be on. Sir, I tried to reach you before, but it did at this juncture. You can put your hand down, Mr. Salt. At this juncture, I prefer that for your lawyer to provide us something in writing. You can consult with your lawyer, provide something in writing to formally state that they are not abutting property owners, and Ms. Ringette will respond to state why she believes that they're abutting property owner and why the board should grant standing. How long? And I would say that because this hearing would be scheduled, if we go to a protest hearing, we're scheduled for February 1st. The board is going to be off next week because of the holiday. So the next our next hearing is would be on the 25th. So can the parties file these motions in sufficient time for the board to make a determination at our next meeting on the 25th? How long would it take to provide us the documents that you're asking, that you're stating to assert, Ms. Ringette, that you are an abutting property owner, and Ms. Johansson, that you are not? Would a week be sufficient?
Yes, that's fine for us.
Sir, you can't shake your head, sir. You're not. We have not received anything in writing from Ms. Ringette saying that you are her designated representative. So that there's some formality to that.
Okay.
But this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing on the 1st. So therefore, February 1st. So therefore, we need to make a decision prior to February 1st, whether or not you have standing as an abutting property owner. What you're going to participate in this hearing because you're a member of the group of five or more. As I stated before, it only becomes significant if there is a settlement agreement between the licensee and the ANC. That's when it becomes significant. Yes, ma'am.
So if I may, I'm sorry. The reason why I am sticking on this point and not, I mean, obviously I am part of the group of 20 neighbors. Because of our proximity and the location, we have a different set of issues that we've experienced living near the sister or cousin restaurant. So I have real concerns about what's the limitations and what's going to happen. For example, this is the first time I've even seen any suggestion of where the interior space would be. And I'm not sure when that wall was sort of decided and for what purpose. But so it's like any settlement agreement with the neighborhood, there are some separate concerns that are for my husband's son and I, because we've been having health impacts and there are other things going on. Now, I did not realize, and I apologize, that I needed to inform in writing that we'd asked Yaniv to work with us. I can certainly do that. But again, like I don't have a law firm that's working with me, and I have never drafted up something like that. So I'm worried that by trying to get this together in a week seems like it definitely privileges Taule and Ms. Johannes with something that as a resident of this city, I don't have the same access to.
All right. As I stated, ma'am, you're asking the board to grant you standing as the abutting property owner because you're saying that you share a wall with this establishment. Okay.
Well, and I would have to.
And that's what, but this is what I'm trying to say to you, ma'am. Okay. The law says you have to share a wall. Okay. And you're saying to me that you don't share a wall. There are a couple, and that's the problem that we're having here. So I don't know. I think what the GIS, initially the GIS that was provided said that no, you're not a button. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know. And so whatever it is that you can provide to us, diagrams to say that, pictures to say that their property, the physical confines of this restaurant, it touches my home. So that's what, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a legal guardian. It's that you're saying to us that you're proving to us by whatever means you have to say that I share a common wall with this establishment. If you can provide us anything you can provide us to say I share a common wall with this establishment, then so be it. But that's your burden to prove to us. It's not necessarily asking to draft a legal document. You can send a letter to say, this is my proof that I'm an abutting property owner.
Yes, I appreciate that, and I will do my very best to do that. It has been very difficult since it's been very hard to get information from those applying for the permit to understand what they're building and where they're building it. And so I still don't have access to that information. And when I've tried to talk to the construction folks out there, I have some photos of that, but they have not been forthcoming, or they've given me misleading, contradictory information. So I will need to put it together. I think I can make a strong case but it will take sort of understanding the limits of what the permit actually grants them, as opposed to however they are designing the restaurant. It sort of depends on what the definition of is. Like, is the restaurant only the space they choose to occupy, or is it what they're being given a permit to use?
Well, it's, you're either an abutting property owner or you're not. It can't, it's not a matter of, so you either are, you are not. This is something that is obvious, at least I believe should be obvious, because they're applying for a license and you're saying that they have a lease for a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay, all right. I'm giving
a perfect example. This is a perfect example because of what's happened in the alley.
All right, they have a lease for a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay. So their lease is for a 2-bedroom apartment. We will issue a license for 2 bedrooms in the apartment, the 2 spaces in the apartment, to say they'll be given a certificate of occupancy to say the total occupancy of the space. Now, if they elect only to use 1 bedroom, they still own, and I'm not sure if I want to go down this road with this analogy because I could be wrong, but I'm just saying though, man, it is at least in my mind, it is a simple question whether or not they're abutting or not.
This is the last thing that I will offer, just to keep an open mind on this, that historically a group of owners of Maidan, which has overlap with the people applying for a permit, occupied a space, and they have now taken over the public alley, partially because of what was permitted under COVID rules, but they have extended beyond what our agreement had been. So from my experience, it is very likely they could put up a wall and then 2 months into their tenure could take down the wall and extend all the way if the permit is granted for the space that is the building and not limited to a confined space within 1328. And it seems very inconsistent with precedent, given that we were given standing for when they opened Maidan, which is much further away. But that's why I'm trying to figure out what they are actually seeking a permit for and being granted. And we've not been able to see anything because we are not allowed inside. We've not been shown drawings, and we've definitely been impacted.
Chairman, with all due respect here, we've allowed a lot of leniency, and we've heard over and over again that we don't share an abutting wall or a ceiling with Miss Ringette or Mr. Price, and now we're going on a tangent in some other, I don't, and making other arguments. if we're gonna put it in writing, it's fine, but to have Ms. Ringette here just sort of speaking about all of these, making allegations at this point is very inappropriate.
Ms. Giannis, I've already made my decision what it is that I'm asking the parties to do. So as a layperson, I'm giving her an opportunity to speak. But as I stated before, the board is not going to make that decision today to grant or deny standing. We're not going to issue that because this is an issue. It is not as simple. It's not as simple as I thought it would be because there is a dispute. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm asking the parties, you can file a formal motion to state why is it that they're not a budding property owner. And Ms. Ringette, she can provide information. Mr. Saul, it's not important for you to speak since I've made a decision and your attorney can respond to that. This is a period when we had the status. Have you guys had mediation?
Yes, we did have mediation. I'm sorry. We said
none of this was discussed at mediation.
It was just,
no, I'm just generally. I'm saying generally. I mean, generally. I mean, I'm hearing like I don't know. So I'm just saying, as I thought, mediation. I mean, did the parties have any type of conversation at mediation?
Again, which is why I say a lot of allegations are being thrown in right now.
Right. That's what I'm just saying, because I'm hearing like, I don't have, and that's why we have mediation where the parties can sit and talk. If you've had a mediation and if you believe that you need another mediation, I can have our board agent schedule another mediation for the parties to speak, or the parties can informally speak without us involved. So you have this opportunity to do that. But as I stated that, the board will make a determination at once our next hearing is on the 25th. The parties have until close of business. The parties have until close of business on the 18th, which is a week from today, to provide us a motion. The licensee the applicant provide a motion. Ms. Ringette, you can provide a response to prove to the board why is it that you believe that you're a budding property owner, and you can provide a letter and with pictures to state why is it that you believe you're a budding property owner, and the board will schedule that. If the parties want us to schedule another mediation, if both sides are in agreement I will ask our board agent to reach out and schedule another mediation for the parties. Is that something that the parties want the board to do?
Yes, please.
Miss Ioannis? No?
Not at this time.
All right. Okay, so the parties are fine, man. The parties can informally speak, or the parties can informally speak about this. Okay, so we will make a decision. I'm sorry. Mr. Lacoris, you need to make a statement, sir?
I just had a point order question. Is this the question about mediation specifically on that of Ms. Ringette's standing as an abutting property owner, or broadly?
Broadly.
Okay.
Broadly.
I would be in support of that at this time, but I understand if Ms. Johannes is not.
All right. So Ms. Johannes, if the parties want the board to schedule and this is not to put you on the spot, man. So that's why I'm saying you don't need to respond. If the parties want the board to schedule another mediation, the parties can reach out to our legal office. They will ensure that our agent schedule another mediation. And if not, the parties their parties are free to meet and have any type of conversations about settlement at any point without the board's involvement, and the board will make a decision based on what's presented to us. All right, so.
The chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis. Yes, sir.
When Ms. Johannes had the diagram up, I was hoping that you were going to ask if any board member had any questions regarding the diagram, because I certainly have some questions which will help me understand what we are looking at. So
Well-
I know we've been on this quite a while, but I like for the record to have her put it back up so I can ask these questions.
The reason why, Mr. Grant, is why this is more contentious. The board cannot make this decision looking at a diagram because and that's one of the reasons why it's not there's disagreement about whether they're an abutting property owner or not. That's one of the reasons why I've asked.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask that you allow Ms. Johannes to put the diagram back up. None of the board members have kept this dialogue going 45 minutes, Mr. Chairman. And I really had questions, and I was hoping at the time when it was up, you would ask the board if they had any questions. I am respectfully asking that Ms. Johannes be able to put the diagram back up so I can ask the questions that I've had.
Ms. Johannes, you can find Mr. Grandis. If you, whatever questions you want to ask, you're free to ask it. But where we are today, the board is not going to make any decision today regarding whether or not it's an abutting property, whether or not they're abutting or not. This is a complicated issue that cannot be addressed by asking questions. So, Ms. Johannes, you can share, you can ask questions, but as I stated before, where this discussion is not going to solve the problem. But you can ask whatever questions you want, sir.
Can the members?
And Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ms. Johannes.
Thank you. Happy New Year. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay.
I can see it.
Okay.
Okay. The pink, once again, that pink area is where the new restaurant is proposing its location.
Yes, that's correct.
Correct? Okay. And the address of the restaurant, I believe on the application, is 1836.
The address is 1320, 1328.
28, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the address for the building where the parties are located? What's that address?
1324 Florida Avenue.
Okay. Is there a 1326?
No, there is not.
Ma'am, there's no question to you, ma'am. You can only speak if a question is directed to you. The question
Johannes,
is asked.
Is there a 1326?
I do not know. I do not know, but I believe that 1328. I don't know. Let me say that.
Okay.
I can't say.
So where this wall has been constructed is next to the yellow area. Is that correct?
Next to the yellow area?
Yes.
Here.
That's where excuse me?
So are you saying
your argument is,
the
or your presentation is that they're not abutting because of this wall, correct?
Well, my presentation is that they're not abutting because of the green, because this is the green that's in here. This is another part of the building.
Part of which building, though?
Part of 1328.
Okay, so it's part of the building where your client wants to open the restaurant.
Correct.
Okay, so the current lease, which would be required for the ABC board to determine whether we can grant a license, the current lease is only for the pink area?
It should be, yes. I mean, yes, it should be. I mean, that is
your client does not have.
I don't know. I don't have the sorry.
So it may be possible that your client is actually leasing some of the area outside of the pink area.
No, that's not possible in that we don't have access to that area. So we physically do not have the right to be in that area. And that
Okay, so how is the access to that area right now?
So there is a hallway, so there's this hallway, and then this part of the entire building. This is a vacant area right now, and
but where would their door be? Where would their front door to enter that space.
And I don't know if you could see my cursor, and I could even, and I could have Mr. Salt further discuss this, but right here.
No, I don't need it. I don't need
Okay,
it.
I
Yes,
just
what are you
wanted
saying?
to, right here is where, I mean, it's separated, and where Miss Bringett, so she could peer into the other premises, she's looking into this premises. Into this area where my
But-
cursor is at, not into where we are going to be, and not where this establishment will be operating. Because we don't have, we're not.
But there's been there's been a prior use of a restaurant that included the pink area as well as part of the green.
I cannot speak about that because I did not represent, I don't have knowledge to that in terms of.
Thank you. I just understand, if I understand the concerns of Ms. Ringett, is that there's a potential that that area could become part of the lease. And we don't know, that's all in the future. But I just wanted to get clarification. If that green area, which abuts the pink area, was part of the former restaurant. And that's my last question. And if you don't know the answer, perhaps in your document that you're going to provide us in a week, you can address that.
Yes, I will. And I will just state that our position would be that if that ever were the case where there would be some sort of expansion, that would be a substantial change.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I think you're right on that point. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence on letting me ask those questions. It does give me some clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I exit out?
Yes.
Okay. I will exit.
All right.
There we go.
You have exit. All right. So this matter. All right. So this matter is. So this matter is scheduled. You can put your hand down, sir. I'm not asking any. I'm not going to entertain any more questions. If it's about if you're asking a general question, but if it's what's your question, sir, Mr. Lacorius.
Apologies, I understand this has nothing to do with the abutting neighbors, has nothing to do with that. It's a general question about the protest date.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So I've informed Mr. Barzilai, who's the lead representative for the group of neighbors who are also protesting. He's out of the country. He was a diplomat working on behalf of all of us on the date of the protest. I would like to see if it's possible to postpone the protest hearing at least 1 week to allow him to attend, since he's leading this representation. I think that would be fair. I'm not sure if that's possible for the board to do, but I can say it'd be very much appreciated.
But I wouldn't be. Yes, ma'am.
I would just say, Commissioner, if you, there's been a change in the commissioners. I know this was previously stated. Commissioner, if you want to contact me, I'm happy to address that with you and put something in writing. Because I believe that's what the board will ask us to do.
Okay, I'll speak with Ms. Johannes off of this meeting.
All right, fine. So if the parties can make a motion to, if the representatives are not available for February 1st, 2022. I'm sorry, this is a new license.
Application.
Okay. So this is a new application. All right. In order for us to move the timeline, the applicant has to agree. The board will not change the date of this protest hearing unless the applicant agrees. And the reason why, because it's a new license, we have some specific timelines that the board has to make a decision. And if this was a renewal, then the board has more flexibility. But because it's a new application, there's a specific timeline that the board has to issue its decision. So unless the applicant consents to an agreement, then we're not going to do that. And because it's just, as I said before, the law states how long it is that the board has to issue a license for a new application. And so we have to comply with our legal requirement. Okay. So, all right. So that's basically where we are. The parties can jointly make a motion to the board what it is that they're asking. But basically, by close of business on January the 18th, 2023, a motion should be filed by the parties, whether or not this a request of whether or not the board should grant standing to an alleged abutting property owner. Okay, and the documents should be shared. The documents should be served on the other side, along with ABRA Legal.
Yes, thank you.
All right. If this matter is if we're going to have a protest hearing on February 7th, on February 1st at 1:30, 7 days prior to the hearing, all the parties must exchange document that you have a PIP, and the parties must exchange these documents and witnesses amongst each other and also with the board. Failure by any party to provide us a PIP 7 days prior to the hearing, the board might prevent that person or that party from presenting relying on documents or witnesses that have not been shared, that has not been disclosed previously. If you are unsure what the process is, you can reach out to ABRA Legal, and we will provide information to all the parties about what a PIF is and how to put this document together, and to ensure that 7 days prior to the hearing, if it's scheduled for February 1st, 2023, that it's disclosed. Any other general questions that the parties might have?
None for the applicant.
I will ask the parties you have an opportunity to speak.
So thank you very much. I didn't know, is this the end of the discussion of Taula, or is this the end of the discussion of the abutting neighbors?
This is the end of the discussion, unless you have any preliminary issues regarding Taula that you want to raise, sir.
Well, sure. I mean, we didn't have a chance to actually get to the substance, but I just wanted to inform.
We don't discuss, sir. We don't discuss substance here.
Okay.
This is just this. We don't discuss substance. This is just a status hearing, and what we do at this hearing is I ask, are there any preliminary issues as we discussed this morning? And if there are no preliminary matters, I schedule the date for the date for the protest hearing, and that's it. We do not discuss substance at this hearing because it is just a status hearing for the board to provide general guidance to the parties if that is required, sir.
Thank you very much for the clarification. This is the first time I'm doing this, so I appreciate your explanation. The one procedural status issue that I just want to raise and the board to be aware of is the big challenge that we are facing as we debate a settlement agreement from the neighbor's perspective with Ms. Johannes is about the sidewalk cafe. We are requesting just the basic plans that have been submitted to ABRA. Until we can get that, we are not able to have a substantive discussion about what a compromise would look like. And so that's been the big challenge. Is for nearly 3 months now, we've been asking, where will the sidewalk cafe be located? How will that be deconflicted with the existing sidewalk cafe in the alley that occupies the entire space? So that is just the challenge from a procedural status matter that we continue to face as we look towards negotiating some sort of settlement.
And just my understanding of a sidewalk cafe, sir, is that they have to apply for a public space permit to utilize that, and all that the ABC board does once they have gotten approval from another agency to utilize, if it's public space for the sidewalk cafe, will issue an endorsement. And we can put some limitations on the utilization of a sidewalk cafe based on what has been approved. But if you're asking for what was submitted, you can send an FOIA request to our agent. You can contact Mr. Austin Hill, and we'll provide you with whatever documents that they have provided to us.
Yes,
But
sir.
as
I
I stated,
completely
yeah.
understand.
Yeah,
I
but
think
I'm
the
just
challenge is that the process you described about going to DDOT and seeking the relevant permissions from the city has not even been initiated, to our knowledge, as of mediation, at least about a week and a half ago. So what we're being asked is to provide a blank check from the neighborhood for whatever comes into that space. We're not able to have a serious conversation about what a sidewalk cafe looks like because we're not able to ascertain what is even being requested from the city.
Well, the bottom line is, if we go to a hearing, sir, they have to provide us information about, in a sense, that what the occupancy of a sidewalk cafe. They would have to let us know the hours they're asking for a sidewalk cafe. They would have to state whether or not they're asking for an entertainment endorsement and the hours. So those are all decisions that, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, and as a part of the application that they're asking for a sidewalk cafe, these are all the questions that the board would ask before the board. And well, first and foremost, they would have to come with a permit from DDOT. And once they have a permit from DDOT with an occupancy, because DDOT will state that for the sidewalk cafe can only have an occupancy of 10, but then the board can determine that we're not going to approve 10, we will approve 5 or something like that. But the board would not approve an occupancy greater than what has been decided by another agency.
Yes, sir. I just want to
Just
inform the board that at mediation of roughly 10, 12.
Hold on, sir. I don't know what, I don't want to hear what happened in mediation, because that remains there. So the only question I ask, do you have mediation? But I don't want you to discuss the conversations that occurred at mediation, at this process.
Just to clarify your statement, that the ABRA board will only review a sidewalk cafe if the DDOT permit has been granted, because that is not what we have heard previously.
All right, we're only gonna, in order to operate a sidewalk cafe, they have to have a permission from DDOT to utilize public space, if the sidewalk cafe is public space. Okay, so if it's public space, then they have to be approved to utilize the public space. So we would have to, so before ABRA will issue a license or an endorsement for a sidewalk cafe, we have to receive that permit from DDOT, just as for any licensee. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, sir. I appreciate that. That's exactly what I was hoping to ascertain.
Okay. All right. This took much longer than I anticipated, but I'm hoping that the parties will have conversations. The parties will provide us their response by close of business on the 18th, whether or not Ms. Ringett, whether or not she's an abutting property owner, and she will respond, providing us documents, whatever it is that you can provide to support your position, and the board will make a determination, and the board will make a determination. Yes, ma'am. You have a last question, Ms.
It's a very quick question. How much time
Yes,
will I have to respond to their arguments?
It's not a matter of responding to their arguments, ma'am. They're going to file a motion, and you're going to file something. So they're simultaneously, you're going to provide that
Okay.
to state that you are as I stated, you either are an abutting property owner or you're not. I know that you've stated that whatever occurs in the restaurant impacts your daily life activity. But there is a different standard if you're asking for that you need stand-in because you're an abutting property owner.
Yep.
So that's defined what an abutting property owner is.
And I
so
have
that's
no
it.
right to know whether or not it's a temporary wall or like I have no right to their documents or their architectural plans.
Ma'am, I don't know what it is that if they've provided to us. I have said you can send an FOIA request to Mr. Austin Hill, who is our FOIA officer. So if they have provided us that information, you can send a request and we will provide it to you if the agency has that information. Okay? Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Have a great day. I do support the parties having conversations because if this matter moves to a protest hearing, parties should speak and parties should have some understanding what the issues are. And for the board to make a decision whether or not to grant this hearing. To grant this permit. Yes, ma'am. The hearings are public. You have the link, anyone in the world can watch this hearing. One thing I need to remind both parties, if we have this hearing, you're limited no more than 5 witnesses and an hour to argue your case. All right, so, and if there's more than one, if there's 3 protestants, then we're gonna ask that the protestants come up with one designated representative who will represent all 3 protestant group, if that is gonna occur, okay? Any other questions? As I said before, if you have any other questions about a protest hearing, you can reach out to the legal office and we'll provide that information, okay? All right. Let me make sure there's no other question. All right. I respond to your comment in the chat. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 2. I'm going to call 2 cases, but there's 2 separate cases, however. Case number 22 PRO 00084 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055, and case number 22 PRO 00148 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties in this case, please?
Jackson Carnes, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, good morning. Good afternoon now. Sorry for the delay. Could the parties introduce themselves for the record? Let's start with the licensee, please.
Sidon Johannes here on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
All right, Ms. Johannes. Mr. Carnes, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? You're on mute, sir.
Hi, Jackson Carnes, representing the Shepherd Park Citizens Association. The spelling of my name, Jackson, JACKSON, Carnes, CARNES.
Good morning, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary matters?
I would say the only preliminary matter is, I believe you called both cases, would be to consolidate these matters, and I I would, unless you want it in writing, I would move now that we officially consolidate them if SPCA consents.
Do you consent, sir, to the constellation of both matters?
I don't. I kind of see it as two separate matters.
And why do you believe that? I think one is a substantial change and one is a renewal of the license. And so why is it that you disagree? You believe that we should have two separate hearings on this matter, sir?
And also I'd like to point out that Paula Edwards is on the line right now, but she was not elevated. She's the treasurer
Mr.
for Shepherd Park.
Mr. Oriana, can you hold on, please? Can you please elevate Paula? Who? I'm sorry, Paula who?
Paula Edwards.
Paula Edwards, please.
Paula Edwards, access has been elevated.
Ms. Edwards. Ms. Edwards. Mr. Oriana, has she been unmuted? Is it now up to her to unmute herself, or is there anything that we can do, sir?
A request has been sent to unmute. It's up to her.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let's see. She just reached out to me.
She needs to unmute herself. We have elevated her right, so she just needs to unmute her line.
And Chairman, just to clarify, I just wanted to say it's a petition to terminate.
A settlement, I'm sorry. I apologize. So it's a petition to terminate the settlement agreement. And then the second one, it's a renewal of the license.
Correct.
Ms. Edwards. If she has some concerns, she can.
She's telling me that she's having a problem unmuting.
If you look in the chat, Mr. Carnes, we have a call-in number. So if she has some problems unmuting herself, she can call in on the telephone. And you can provide her that information that's in the chat, please.
Okay, perfect. I will do that. All right, I understand Paula Edwards is calling in right now, so she should be on the line momentarily. Oh, it looks like that may be her.
But this is not a call-in person who's on. This is an actual who's Theo Win. I believe that's how you pronounce that. Mr. What is her, I guess, the last four digits of her phone number? You know?
Let's see. Last four digits are 3053.
Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate that phone numbers? The last four digits are 3053, please.
not a caller in the lobby, fortunately. I believe the two attendees are the court reporter.
Okay, thanks. You know what's going on with her, Mr. Carnes?
Let me check. Let's see. Hi, everybody. I have Paula Edwards on the line calling in. Ms. Edwards, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Very good.
Ms. Edwards, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Paula, Paula, Edwards, Edwards.
And what's your relationship to this matter, ma'am?
I'm the treasurer of the SPCA.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. The question that we had before was that the licensee had asked that we consolidate both matters. And you, Mr. Carnes, was stating that one case, case number 22 PRO 00148, that was a application to renew the license. And case number 22 PRO 00084 was a petition to amend or to terminate the settlement agreement. And I support consolidating this issue because they're both cases, because I believe that rather than the board having two separate hearings, it's going to be the same witnesses, it's going to be the same board, it's going to be the same representatives, that I believe that it would be more efficient to preserve public resources to have a hearing. But I'm listening to you, Mr. Carnes.
Okay, as Mr. Carnes presented.
Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
That was Ms. Edwards.
All right, Ms. Edwards, when you speak, you're on the same line as Mr. Carnes. So I heard her voice, but I did not see his lips moving. So that's one of the reasons why I was asking. So please identify yourself when you speak. Go ahead.
I shall. I'm Paula Edwards speaking. Has Mr. Carnes presented his side of the argument, since I couldn't hear what was going on?
Mr. Edwards had just stated that, I'm sorry, Mr. Carnes had just stated that he doesn't believe that this matter should be consolidated. He didn't give a reason. So, I mean, he didn't give us, we didn't go into details why he disagrees with that. And so that's why I was just asking him to provide us justification why these two cases should not be consolidated.
So I don't mind them being consolidated for the purposes of it being at the same time, but I do see the two matters as separate and distinct. But
we're going to have a hearing whether or not to renew their license. And if the board determines not to renew the license, then the other issue to amend or terminate the settlement agreement falls. The board can also determine, as part of the renewal, that we're not going to amend. So if the board could also determine, if we agree to renew the license, that we are going to continue the terms in the previous settlement agreement. So the board could continue. The board could agree to renew the license with the terms and conditions in the old settlement agreement. So I'm just all right. So any other go ahead, Ms. Edwards. Yeah.
Hi, I have that's part of my question, I suppose, too. In consolidating the hearings, you're speaking of consolidating the hearings, but you're not talking, I assume, of merging the two issues in that they will be adjudicated separately, or will they be adjudicated together? I think that's my concern.
I mean, the board would make it. The board would make. I'm sorry. The board would make it. The board would make a concurrent decision if they're going to renew their license. If they're going to renew the license, and if they're going to renew the license, whether or not we're going to consider terminating the settlement agreement, amending the settlement agreement, or put in new terms and conditions and move forward. So I'm just that's what the board would do. But I mean, what the any other questions or concerns by the parties?
Again, my concern is that if one suit succeeds, does it influence the success of the other suit? Are these two independent issues? If the protest fails, does the settlement agreement also fail, or can the settlement agreement succeed where the protest fails?
If the board agrees to renew the license, in all renewal, the board is going to look at terms and conditions to renew the license, and so the board is going to look at the current settlement agreement or whatever current board order, and the board will determine whether or not those terms and conditions, whether or not they are appropriate, or whether or not, based on what was presented at the protest hearing, whether or not the board should make any changes to that. So I don't. It doesn't mean that if the board was to renew the license, that automatically means that the board will agree to terminate the settlement agreement.
Okay.
That's not that doesn't there. The board has to make in all license renewal, the board will look whether or not the license will renew, whether or not we will renew the license, and if we renew the license, will there be any terms and conditions attached to this renewal? But any other arguments by either side?
None for the applicant.
All right, the board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll issue a decision on whether or not the board will issue a decision on whether or not we will consolidate these cases or whether or not we'll keep them as separate cases. Okay. Are there any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed? All right. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on, both cases are scheduled for a protest hearing on February 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So both cases are scheduled for February 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And so we'll either have two separate protest hearings or the cases will be consolidated. But that's what.
And Chair Anderson, this is Jackson Carnes speaking. I wanted to raise, Ms. Edwards and I both participated in a mediation hearing on this matter on Thursday, December 8th at 11:30 a.m. And we understood that the applicant or their attorney would be in touch about arranging a sound engineer to come to our community for the purposes of ongoing mediation. However, we have not heard from the applicant or their attorney, and I was just, wondering how that might impact.
And I will state right now, Mr. Carnes, if you are willing to discuss this with me, I'm happy and available to discuss the sound engineer and what we're doing.
The board doesn't entertain, we don't want to know about what happened at mediations. All we try to do is to facilitate it. But I've
Apologies.
heard Mr. Carnes, Ms. Ioannis said that she's open to have a conversation. So I'm hoping that after this hearing, the parties will continue whatever discussions that they are, that they plan to have. And I would hope that whatever the concerns are, the parties are able to sit and discuss and make a determination whether or not where they are, and whether or not we need to have this protest hearing on the 1st. Any of the, I'm sorry, is that Ms. Edwards speaking?
Yes, it's Ms. Edwards. Would it be possible for us to reschedule in order that we have these discussions? Because that would put it very close.
Reschedule what, ma'am?
Reschedule the protest hearing.
Because this is a renewal, the board would not have a problem rescheduling it if the parties send us a motion asking us to reschedule it to postpone it. So if I would ask that if this is what the parties want to do, they can send us a mutual motion jointly agreeing to postpone it if they so desire. And the board will consider that favorable.
Thank you.
Any other questions? As I said, this matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing on February 1st, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. both cases. And I'll ask that, remind the parties that if this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on the, whatever date is scheduled for a protest hearing, 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to provide us documents and witnesses that they'll be relying on at the protest hearing. Just also want to remind the parties that you'll have 1 hour to present your case and that you're limited to no more than 5 witnesses. I believe 5 witnesses. I'm sorry, hold on. I want to make sure I'm giving the right numbers. Yeah, you're limited to no more than 5 witnesses if this matter goes to a protest hearing. I support the parties having conversations, whatever was discussed at mediation. I would hope that the parties decide to jointly follow up to continue those conversations, and the board will act based on what is provided, based on the guidance that's provided to us by the parties. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Great,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00108, Disset Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 98818. This hearing is canceled due to the ANC's withdrawal of the protest. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00111, Wasing Restaurant, license number 514. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement, Seaboard Order number 2022-955. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00068, U Street Wine and Beer, license number 87729. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00254, Cloak and Dagger, license number 98733. This hearing is canceled due to the dismissal of the case by the government. The citation was paid. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00063, Death Punch, Shabuya Eatery, license number 114937. This hearing has been continued to February 15th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. at the request of the respondent with the consent of the government. That is our calendar for the morning. And let me now do our agenda items. So we have two licensing agenda today. So let's do the legal agenda. One, the first matter on legal agenda one is review of a settlement agreement dated December 12th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6-8 and Crew Lounge license number 122943. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion would now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number two, review of a settlement agreement dated December 21st, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Sweet Kitchen, license number 121816. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett. Ms. Crockett.
C. Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number three, review of a settlement agreement dated December 12, 2022 by and between Neighborhood Commission 6A and Noble Convenience and Tobacco, license number 122919. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number four, review of a settlement agreement dated December 13th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and the Pug/Toki Underground, license number 073166. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number five, review of a settlement agreement dated December 7th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Planta Cochina, license number 122899. I make a motion that we continue this matter for 2 weeks. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number six, review of a settlement agreement dated December 30th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and Bar Elena DC, license number 086320. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number seven, review of a settlement agreement dated December 30th, 2022 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C and On the Rocks, license number 106695. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second legal agenda. The first matter on our second legal agenda, it's the review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated this January 2nd, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00055 Lady Celis, license number 060754. The offer in compromise is the charge is failure to have the establishment's owner or board approved ABC manager present during the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcohol. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701 and 23 DCMR 707.1. The fine is a $2,000 fine to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 9th, 2023 for case number 22 CMP 00068. This is U Street Wine and Beer, license number 087729. The offer in compromise, the charges allow the establishment to be used for an unlawful purpose. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second? Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of request to withdraw protest in case number 22 PRO 00120 dated January 4th, 2023. This is in the next door, license number 077567. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of request for off-site storage of books and records dated December 13th, 2022. This is for Eddie Kano Nantucket Clam Shack, license number 11237. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of request for off-site storage of books and records dated December 13th, 2022. This is for In Boco Al Lupo, license number 120639. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of applicant's consent motion to continue protest hearing dated January 2nd, 2023 for case number 22 PRO 00101. This is for Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 075240. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review respondent's consent motion for continuance of show cause hearing dated December 27th, 2022 in case number 22 CMP 00063 Dream Punch Shabu Plus Shibuya Eatery, license number 114937. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of respondent's consent motion to extend filing deadline dated January 3rd, 2022 in case number 19251-00157, assets license number 113585. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of respondent's consent motion to extend filing deadline dated January 3rd, 2022 in case number 22-251-00007. This is Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of applicant's motion to continue mediation and hearing dated December 29th, 2023. This is for case number 22 PRO 00136. This is for TG Cigars, license number 097774. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of protestants' request for stand-in dated December 23rd, 2022. This is in Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13. Review of request to reinstate canceled license dated December 27, 2022. License was canceled on November 2nd, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-65. This is in the Don Jaime matter, license number 021925. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review request to withdraw protest in case number 22 PRO 00108 dated January 10th, 2022 from Advisory Neighborhood Commission for A. This is in Disset Ethiopian Restaurant, license number 098818. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review of resolution filed by the Kalorama Citizens Association dated December 8th, 2022, and seeking renewal of the Adams Morgan BC license moratorium zone. This is just an FYI for the board. All right. Let's now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, it's a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for ALA license number 123684. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short,
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Roses at Home, license number 123471. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to remove the license from safekeeping in order to reopen in January 6, 2023. This is for the Owl Room, license number 076166. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license This is for Old City Cafe, license number 121029. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Mintwood Place, license number 085865. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application for class change from retailer DX multipurpose facility to retailer CX multipurpose facility. This is the Andrew Keegan Theater Company, license number 098780. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review application for sports wagering endorsement to include one betting device inside the premises. This is for Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 093572. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review application for an entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Slice and Pie Lucy, license number 118631. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Hill East Burger, license number 122788. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Hill East Burger, license number 122788. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
You voted that you agree, Mr. Grandis?
Yeah, Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, Review application for change of hours. This is at Sankofa Cafe, license number 118499. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review a request to reconfigure the hotel premises, incorporating the existing summer garden into the hotel license while removing it from the restaurant license. This is for Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123549/123548. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review a request to reconfigure the hotel premises, relocating the interior entertainment space from the restaurant to the hotel, and thereby starting entertainment at 8 a.m. in the hotel. This is for Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123549/123548. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the license. This is for the Italian Bar, license number 119392. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review a request to renew storage facility permit originally issued on November 17th, 2021. This is made to measure cocktails, license number, I don't have the license numbers. This is a storage facility permit. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 16, review request to convert the approved summer garden to a sidewalk cafe in accordance with a zoning update. This is for Chang, license number 120806. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 17, review request to update the business address and mailing address to 1320 H Street Northeast, Washington, D.C. 20002. This is for Please Bring Chips, license number 107322. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
With Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 18, review request for extension of payment deadline. This is for district growers, license number 117370/MMP00062. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
With Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 19, review request for approval to provide a gift of blankets that does not exceed $500 for branded blankets that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. This is for a request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
With Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for NU ABC license. This is for Patches Tattooria, Tattoria, license number 123546. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
With Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review a request to withdraw the application for a transfer of ownership. This is for Howard Theater, license number 122051. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The first matter on the cancellation agenda is that the ABC Board will cancel the following license for the reasons outlined below. La Lagarius, license number 115606. The licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that we cancel this license. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we're going to move to the board's temporary one-day license and substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 12 licensees, applicants. I'm going to review the name of the 12 applicants, and at the end of the list, I will make a motion that the ABC board grants these applications. So the first applicant, a request from Patrick Geddes for a one-day license class F. This is for a wedding. This is on January 12th, 2023. The license number is 123638, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, another request from Patrick Geddes, a one-day license class G wedding reception, January 13th, 2023. License number is 123637, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 3, a request from Patrick D. Batista, a one-day license class G. This is for gala. This is on January 14th, 2023. The license number is 123619, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 4, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G. This is for gala, January 28th, 2023. The license number is 123618, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5, a request from Jennifer Curie, a one-day license class G, the 3rd annual Fire and Ice Festival, January 21st, 2023. The license number is 123654, 2,000 attendees in the way with 40 security guards. Number 6, another request from Jennifer Curie, a one-day license class G. This is the annual Mardi Gras parade. This is on February 18th, 2023. The license number is, is 123655, 2,500 attendees in the way throughout the event, 40 security guards. Number 7, a request from Andrea Stanton, a one-day license class G, wedding ceremony and reception. This is on April 30th, 2022. The license number is 123673, 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 8, a request from Megan Belshaw, a one-day license class G, live auction and fundraiser. This is on March 25th, 2023. The license number is 123695, 450 attendees, 9 security guards. Number 9, a request from ABRA, one-day substantial change. This is on January 15th, 2022. The nature of substantial change to use the license off premises at the establishment's private parking lot. The license number is 092012. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00509, 40 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 10, request from Lindy Promotions LLC, St. Patrick's Day Irish Stroll. This is a pub crawl, a one-day substantial change. The event is March the 11th, 2023. The license number is 110455. The board, they're being asked to approve 1,500 participants. Number 11, another a request from Project DC Events, DC Shamrock Crawl 23, pub crawl one-day substantial change. DC's Shamrock Crawl, March 11th, 2023. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license is 22 PCE 00003. They're asking for 1,500 participants. Number 12, a request from CCH Management Corporation. This is the Whiskey Walk Pub Crawl one-day substantial change. The date of the event is Whiskey Walk. Date of the event is March 4th, 2023. The license number is 105025. The substantial change license, is 23 PCE 00001, and they're asking for 1,000 participants. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants this, approves these applications. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
T. Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we continue on the board's one-day substantial change docket. The board is now being asked to retroactively approve these licenses that were granted while the board was in recess. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to list the events I'm going to list the events and ask the board to retroactively approve these events that previously occurred. So the first event is request from Quincy Lowe, a one-day license class F. This was for a retirement party on January 7th, 2023. The license number is 123659, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 2, a request from David Ross, a one-day license class G. This was a New Year's Eve party, January 1st, 2023. The license number is 123623, 100 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 3, a request from 18th Street Lounge, one-day substantial change, New Year's Eve party, December 31st, 2022. Change of extended hours, Summer Garden to 2 a.m. inside interior to 4 a.m. The license number is 118846. The substantial change license is 22 SC 01120, 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 4, request from Play DC Restaurant and Lounge LLC, one-day substantial change, New Year's Eve private party, December 31st, 2022 through this January 1st, 2023. Change to extend hours to 4 a.m. for private New Year's Eve party. License number is 12274. Substantial change. License is 22 SC 01121. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board retroactively approves these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to the board's license administrative docket. This is the last process in the board approving the issuance of licenses. There are 36 establishments on this list. I will review all 36 establishments, and at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board to approve the issuance of these new licenses. Number 1, a request from Regal Gallery Place, Stadium 14, license number 107853, Retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Tal Sodry, President, CFO, Treasurer, Director. Number 2, a request from Potomac Wines and Spirits, license number 001926, Retailer A Liquor Store, change of officer application, Joshua L. Wynn-Feldman, President, Treasurer. Number 3, a request from Potomac Wines and Spirits, license number 001926, Retailer Liquor, letter of request to remove the officer Stephen L. Feldman, Director, President, Chairman. Number 4, Georgetown Restaurant Group, trade name to be determined, license number 120570. Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. New name is Osteria Mozza, OSTERIA-MOZZA. Number 5, Mola, license number 105645. Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. New name is Nido, Nido. Number 6, Little House, The LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 119857, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is El Presidente. Number 7, Il DCILI DC, license number 118113, Retailer C Restaurant, entertainment endorsement application. Number 8, Penn Social Little Penn, license number 086808, Retailer C Tavern, corporate name change application. New name is Penn Social LLC. Number 9, Junior's Bar and Grill, JRS Bar and Grill, license number 009262, Retailer C Tavern, Sidewalk Cafe application. Number 10, Swingers, license number 119013, Retailer C Restaurant, trade name change application. The new trade name is Swingers Crazy Golf. Number 11, ALA, A-L-A, license number 123684, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 12, Maple Bear Delivery, license number 22 LAP-00000-01302. Third-party application delivery, new ABC license application. Number 13, Uber Eats, license number 22 LAP-00000-01304. Third-party alcohol delivery, new ABC license application. Number 14, Go Puff, license number 123613. Retailer A Internet, transfer without sale application. Number 15, Go Puff, license number 123674. Retailer A Internet, transfer without sale application. Number 16, Entice Lounge, license number 117477, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 17, Loyal Market, license number 123464, Retailer B Full Service Grocery, transfer without sale application. Number 18, Michelle Baker's Daughter Eaton, license number 123548, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 19, Michelle's Baker's Daughter Eaton, license number 123547, Caterer's License, new ABC license application. Number 20, Sakadoro, Sakedorokoro, Makato, Makoto, license number 122998, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, Planta Cochina, license number 122899, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 22, Whiskey Shop DC, license number 120535, Retailer A Internet, stock transfer application. Number 23, Bar Del Monte, license number 123113, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 24, The Bazaar by Jose Andres, license number 122904, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 25, Dog House, license number 123111, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 26, Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123549, transfer Retailer C Hotel, transfer without sale application. Number 27, Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123617, Caterer's License, new ABC license application. Number 28, Johnny's All American, license number 123033, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 29, District Champagne, license number 122949, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 30, Nick and Mo's Liquors, license number 122950, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 31, Crew Lounge, license number 122943, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 32, Bozzelli's Italian Deli, Bozzelli, license number 121695, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 33, Aware Bar and Restaurant, license number 123105, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 34, El Rincon, license number 060003, Retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 35, Noble Convenience and Tobacco, license number 122919, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application number 36. Sarah's Market, license number 123597. Retailer B, Internet Transfer with Sale application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves these requests. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And our final agenda item for the morning, this is another license administrative docket. There are 10 licensees who have requested the street tree endorsement application. So I will read the 10 applicants, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC Board to grant the issuance of a street tree endorsement application for these establishments. The first one is Mr. Smith of Georgetown, license number 000927, Retailer C Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 2, Hank's Oyster Bar, license number 071913, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 3, The Green Zone, license number 1068939, Retailer C Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 4, Stable DC, license number 105439, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 5, Tail Up Goat, license number 098033, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 6, Communal Restaurant, license number 108392, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 7, Amsterdam Falafel Shop, ADMO, license number 116948, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 8, Addis Paris Cafe, license number 110083, Retailer C Tavern, street tree endorsement application. Number 10, Rumi's Restaurant, license number 114693, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. Number 10, Bistro Lipik, license number 021918, Retailer C Restaurant, street tree endorsement application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board issues these endorsement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We have now come to the end of our morning agenda, and the board is going to go on recess. The board will reconvene at 2 p.m. for our public agenda. I'll ask board members to log into executive committee at 1:50. So all board members should log back on into executive committee at 1:50, but we will resume our public hearing at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Have a great afternoon. I will see you, the public, at 2 o'clock, and I will see board members in executive committee at 1:50. Thank you. Have a great day. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon currently are 5 other board members. The board members that are currently logged on are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and I, at some point, hopefully board member Grandis will join us. The board has currently there are 5 members here in participating, so we do have a quorum to conduct business. And currently this afternoon, we have 2 cases on our calendar. And once your case is called, I will ask our IT specialist to elevate the rights of the parties in this case. And so the first case that we'll call this afternoon, there are 4 cases in our calendar. So the first case to call this afternoon is case number 22 CMP 00055, Lady Salas, license number 60754. This hearing is canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise that was provided to the board, and on our legal agenda earlier today, the board accepted the offer in compromise. And the last case in our calendar is case number, so before I call the current case, there was a protest here in case number 22 PRO 00101, Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 75240. This hearing has been rescheduled to January 25th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. So the next case, there's a fact finding here in case number 22-251-00030, assets, license number 113585. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? You should have the licensee and the representative, the sergeant, and an investigator from ABRA.
Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. Jeremy Schaefer, your access has been elevated. Jeremy Zollerkoffer, your access has been elevated. Kenny Brown, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my client, Jeff Schaefer, should be here as well. I don't know if he was elevated or not.
He's elevated. His name is on my, his rights were elevated. So, or I don't know where he is, but his rights were elevated.
I'm here. They listed me as Jeremy. It's Jeffrey.
Your name is listed. Your name is listed as Jeffrey Schaefer, SCHAEFFER, sir.
I'm sorry. He spoke Jeremy. I'm sorry. The gentleman spoke Jeremy. I apologize.
There's a Jeremy and there's a Jeffrey, sir. I can't see you. If you have a camera, you can turn your camera on. Then I can know who I'm speaking to. But so, do you have a camera so you can turn on?
Yeah, I'm looking for it now, sir.
We're missing. I'm sorry. Are you Officer Brown? Who's Kenneth Brown?
Hi, this is Sergeant Kenny Brown. How are you?
All right. Good afternoon, sir. I wasn't sure.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing on assets. We were The fact-finding hearing was requested by the Chief of Police based on an incident that occurred at the establishment some time ago. And so I'll have the parties identify themselves. Let's start with the ABRA investigator, please. Mr. Zollicoffer, please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Jeremy Zollicoffer. It's spelled Jeremy Zollicoffer.
And good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Richard Bianco, Richard Bianco, and I am counsel for the licensee. And with me is Jeffrey Schaefer. He is one of the owners, and I can have him state and spell his name as well.
Mr. Schaefer, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Yes, Jeffrey Schaefer, Jeffrey, last name Schaefer, Schaeffer.
And what's your relationship with the establishment, sir?
Owner.
All right, thank you, sir. Sergeant Brown, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. This is Sergeant Kenneth Brown, Kenneth, last name Brown, just like the color, BROWN, representing Metropolitan Police Department from the 2nd District.
Good afternoon, sir. All right. I'm going to start off with you, Sergeant Brown, because I know that we did an investigation, and I know that the Chief of Police had requested that we conduct a fact-finding hearing on this matter. So can you just tell us why is it that the Chief of Police requested that we have a fact-finding hearing regarding assets, sir?
So I'm going to read the memorandum that was sent to me as a result. And basically, this letter is in reference to establishment located at 1805 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., which operates as Assets Nightclub, Class C, ABRA, 113585. The establishment is located in Ward 2, ANC 2, B01, requesting a fact-finding hearing regarding an incident that took place on November 19, 2022 at approximately 1:12 a.m. Officers were dispatched at 1805 Connecticut Avenue Northwest regarding a miscellaneous report. Second District officers from the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, responded to the location to investigate. Upon arrival, officers encountered an Assets private security guard standing outside the establishment at 1805 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, who reported patrons were fighting at the location. In an attempt to break up the fight, the security guard reported that he slipped and his gun fell out of his holster onto the ground. At this time, an unknown person picked up the weapon and fled the scene in a silver SUV. The asset security employee called MPD to report his gun stolen. It was determined that the subject did not have a license to carry a concealed weapon in Washington, D.C. There were no injuries reported as a result of the incident. Video surveillance cameras at the location recorded the above incident outside of the location. A report was taken by the Metropolitan Police Department for carrying a pistol without a license, theft, and ABC violation. The report number is 22168-535.
So Sergeant Brown, you know whether or not the weapon has been found?
From what my latest update is that it has not been located or found.
Mr. Zollicoffer, how can you tell us how did you become involved in this case, please, sir?
So on Saturday, November 19th, 2022, at approximately 1:15 a.m., MPD 2D Sergeant Darnell Benton telephoned the ABRA hotline about assets located at 1805 Connecticut Avenue regarding a physical altercation that occurred inside the establishment. An asset security staff carrying a pistol without a license. At approximately 1:30 a.m., ABRA investigators Jeremy Zollicoffer and Kevin Puente arrived on scene and met with MPD. MPD informed ABRA investigators that an physical altercation, occurred inside the establishment that spilled outside onto the sidewalk. And while asset security staff was escorting the combatants out, one of the security guards named Mr. Daryl Gunter dropped his firearm on the sidewalk, and an unknown suspect picked it up and fled the scene. Mr. Gunther advised MPD that he does not have a concealed carry permit in the District of Columbia. MPD conducted a firearms record check and confirmed Mr. Gunther was carrying a pistol without a license and only licensed in the state of Virginia. At the time, there was a warrant pending for his arrest, and according to the officer that just spoke, there hasn't been an arrest made as of yet. And to note, on November 22nd, in reference of the fact-finding request, MPD made a request for fact-finding to be convened to address the most recent calls for service to assets, which is a cause for concern. A check of MPD database reveals that officers have responded to assets 32 times in the current calendar year. Calls for service range from disorderly calls, business alarms, noise complaints, sounds of gunshots, and a person with a weapon. It should be noted that 2 previous fact-finding hearings have been submitted by MPD pertaining to assets. The first request involved a robbery that occurred on October 19th, 2019. The second involved a shooting that occurred on June 5th, 2021. According to ABRA records, investigative history, this would be assets' 4th primary since 2019, and I do have some video exhibits available to show of the incident when you're ready.
Mrs. Zolikoff, I just want to correct the record. You said that you gave a number, I think you said 32 incidents, but that's for the year 22, because we're now in 23. You said this so far this year. So
excuse me, for 2022. So that was calls for service to date as of November 22nd, 2022. Excuse me.
Thank you. I had forgotten to remind the parties. This is a fact-finding hearing. No party are sworn in. The board has not made any recommendations or any decision whether or not this matter will be referred to the Office of Attorney General for a possible show cause hearing. So the board is just gathering information to figure out what occurred and what if anything, the board should do regarding this matter. And at a fact-finding hearing, since the parties are not being sworn in, it's not contested. The agency cannot legally order the establishment to take any specific action. The board can ask the agency to take, the licensee to take some action, but they're free to decline to do that. I've heard. Thank you. Mr. Bianco, any comments, anything you want to say at this juncture, sir?
2 things. One, investigator Zoller-Coffer mentioned something about video exhibits. We've not been provided any video as part of this fact-finding request. We received the notice of the fact-finding hearing with the case report attached on or about December the 20th, but there was no video. So I haven't seen any video on the issue. Second, with respect to the specifics of the incident, I'm sure the board is interested in our take on it, and I'm glad to put some of those facts on the record now or wait until the board has had the opportunity to question the investigator, whichever you prefer, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Zoller-Coffer, the camera footage, where is this camera footage from that you have, sir?
It was sent over by the owner, Jeffrey Schaefer, a few days after the incident. So the video that was sent over. Yep.
So you're saying the video was provided to us from assets itself. Is that what you're saying, sir?
That's correct. Yeah, it was from Jeffrey Schaefer.
So, Mr. Bianco, where's your confusion, sir?
Well, I'm sure my client, this is the first time that I'm hearing that my client provided footage, but I'm sure he provided whatever the agency requested. I just don't have any idea what was requested. That's not evident from the report, or what's going to be shown, because that was not provided to us with the report. So there's probably, hours and hours of footage, and we don't have any idea what's going to be shown if it wasn't provided to us with the report.
especially if there's something that was appended to the report that wasn't given to us. So, my confusion is I don't know what they're showing. And normally exhibits are served with the actual case report, and here they were not, and I don't know why.
Mr. Zollicoffer, now, who requested video from assets?
I did. I made requests the night of the incident.
And who did you make the request to, sir?
I was speaking with Jeffrey Schaefer and Gabby Schaefer on the second floor.
So what specifically, what video did you request from the agent, from the licensee, sir?
I requested all video of the time of the incident, probably about 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after. Mr. Schaefer sent over the videos pretty direct, which were pretty informative of the incident, of starting inside, the security staff escorting them out, and then the incident out front on the sidewalk where the security officer lost his firearm and somebody picked it up and ran away. So it was pretty direct footage that was provided by Jeffrey, and it got right to the point. So it was helpful.
Can you in your I don't let me see if I have the report in front of me. Did you in your report, did you specifically ask Mr. Schaefer for what specific time period?
Let me just look back real quick. I think it was during the conversation with Miss Gabby Miller Schaefer, around the time she came back to sign for the inspection. I requested it. I requested video footage of the incident occurred inside and outside of the establishment to be provided to ABRA within 48 hours. That was
what
pretty
I'm
much.
asking is, no, what I'm asking, did you ask her in your report, did you specifically place in your report what time period you had requested video from, sir?
No.
No, so what was the request you made to her?
Please provide video of the incident to ABRA within 48 hours. And I think I didn't note it in the report, but I requested to her, which they understood that I was trying to gain footage of the incident, which they did. They provided. I wasn't specific on the time. I believe at the time I might have mentioned about 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, just to make sure that we got a good idea of what was going on. Yeah.
So can you specifically tell us? I know that in your report, you said Exhibit 2, copy of video footage and incident, Exhibit 3, copy of video footage and incident, copy Exhibit 4, Exhibit 5, you said copy of incident report. So, but I guess, so Mr. All right. So I'm switching back to Mr. Bianca. So Mr. Bianca, you were not aware that your client provided us video?
Well, according to the report, it says video was requested, and there is the representation of the exhibits attached section that some kind of video is attached. I just haven't seen it, so I don't know what it's going to show. I mean, it's a fact finding, so nothing is being admitted as evidence. I suppose I would just reserve any rights that I might have in the event a show cause comes up to object to the footage at that time. I just never seen it. And normally, before we have to show up and comment on something, we get the opportunity to know what that is.
Mr. Bianco, one of the reasons why I'm going through this exercise, okay? This is video that your client provided to us. And it's shocking to me that you're saying to me that you weren't even aware that your client provided video. And that's why I'm making this. And again, this is not a show cause hearing. It's just a fact finding hearing, sir. The report clearly stated that there is video attached. I understand your comment that you don't know exactly what video, but I'm just shocked that you're saying that you have not viewed the video and you're not aware that your client provided us video of the incident. That's what I'm just trying to clarify the record, that you're saying that you were not aware that your client provided the agency a video of the incident that occurred.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Anderson. I'm equally shocked that the board's going to entertain exhibits to a report that were not produced to the party as they're required to be produced within 30 days of the incident. Nonetheless, we are where we are. And if the board is interested in viewing the video, again, it's not an evidentiary hearing. So I would simply reserve any rights that I have to object to those if they are proffered as an exhibit in the hearing in the future. And I would also note for the board that in preparation for hearings like this one, I take a look at the information that is produced to us, which will be put on the record with the board in preparing, and here the video footage was not produced. So I won't necessarily have any additional information for the board with respect to what's shown in the video.
And just to clarify the record, so you, Mr. Bianco, you have not viewed your client's files for video of the evidence of the incident, sir. Is that what you're saying? That you have not viewed the video that you're having a fact-finding hearing? Let me ask you a question, Mr. Hi. Mr. Zolkoffer, does this establishment have a security plan?
Yes, they do, sir.
Is there anything in the security plan regarding cameras?
Yes, there is.
All right. Can you tell us can you review, tell us what is it that's in their security plan regarding cameras, sir, if you're able to provide that information?
Sure. On the security plan, I believe page 7, under security cameras, it states assets has 12 security cameras total. A floor plan detailing the position of cameras and their coverage is attached as Exhibit B. Management will ensure that all cameras are operational and at the beginning and end of each shift and provide complete coverage of the premises without blind spots or obstructions. Any repairs or repositions of the camera to ensure complete security camera coverage of the premises will be done in a timely manner. Security camera repairs will take place within 7 days of the discovery of the damage to the cameras. Any footage of a crime of violence or a crime involving a weapon will be maintained for 30 days and security footage will be made available within 48 hours upon request from ABRA or MPD. Assets will retain all security recordings for a minimum of 30 days, regardless of the content.
Thank you, Mr. Zolkoffer. Now, is there any reference in the security plan, regarding weapons? You're on, are you speaking, Mr.? I can't hear you if you're speaking to us, Mr. Zolkoffer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Apologize for that. So let me pull this up. According to the security plan, page 5, section E, under weapons confiscation, it states weapons of any kind are not permitted in assets for any reason. It goes on to state a patron may not enter the establishment with a weapon. If a weapon is seized from a patron or found in or immediately outside the establishment, security personnel must notify management. Management or head of security shall contact MPD immediately and follow the advice of an MPD officer regarding the security and safeguarding of the seized weapon until an MPD officer arrives. The weapon shall be surrendered to an MPD officer once he or she arrives. The security personnel member or manager who surrenders the weapon to an officer must note the date, time, officer's name, and officer's badge number. A report of a weapon confiscated or found and is surrendered to police must be entered into the incident report log containing the date and time of the weapon surrendered to MPD and the officer's name and badge number to whom it was surrendered.
Thank you. What I'm going to do, what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Zollicoffer, as I stated to you, Mr. Bianco, this is the fact finding hearing. The board has not made any determination as yet what the next step is, but these are videos that were provided to the agency by your client, sir. I'm puzzled that you have not seen your client's videos. But the videos, it's my understanding, as testified by Mr. Zollicoffer, that the videos that he's going to show are videos that were provided to the agency by your client. So, Mr. Zollicoffer, maybe if you have the videos, can you please share your screen with us and explain to us what it is that we're seeing from these videos, sir?
Okay, let me pull them up and then I'll share the screen. I'm going to start with video number 1. Can you see that? Are you able to see that?
Yes, we can.
Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Zollicoffer, we can see this.
Okay, good. Thank you. So this first exhibit just shows the interior of the establishment. If you can see my cursor, this is the entrance to the establishment. Excuse me. Where are we? The screen's going to switch. Let me forward it a little bit. So the two combatants that got into a fight are in the back of the establishment. This is the first level of the interior video. This is the back bar. These two next to the cursor get into an altercation. Security is kind of roaming. They do have a couple of security cabs roaming in there. He's a security officer right here. These two get into it, and it goes on to show just a quick scuffle and them being escorted out pretty much now. Slaps him, punches him. They immediately jump in. They grab both of the combatants, and then they force them out the front door. Let me share the next one. So this is when they exit out to the front. You see it spills out to the front sidewalk. You see the weapon drop. Suspect grabs it, runs. There's other views of this as well, which Mr. Schaefer provided. That's video number 2. Video number 3 is a little bit repetitive than the first one. I'm going to go to video number 4, which gives a good
Mr.
visual.
Zollicoffer,
Yes.
may I ask you to please pause for one moment? The chairman is having some technical issues and needs to log back in.
Roger that.
Thank you.
I apologize. I had to restart my computer. I don't know what was going on with it. So I apologize. So my program became frozen. I did get a notification that there was an issue with my volume, and then my screen got frozen. So I apologize. So Mr. Zollicoffer, where we at least the last question was asking was that I was asking to share your screen, and that's when I lost you. So did
Okay.
you share your screen, and what happened while I was gone?
Yes, so I can start back from point A. I did share 2 of the videos prior with the rest of the board and the others on the call here. But I can share the screen again and start with video 1, which
No,
goes.
you can move on, sir. Go ahead.
You want me? Okay, I'll pick up from where I was. Okay, are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this goes on to show the altercation spill out into the sidewalk. Security staff immediately intervene. They grab the combatants, and they're forcing them out the front door. And this is what kind of transpired on the sidewalk, where the security officer, Mr. Gunter, loses his firearm on the sidewalk, and one of the suspects waiting in line picks it up and flees the scene, as the MPD officer was explaining earlier. So I'm going to play it. Comes flying out. Gun drops on the ground. He picks it up, runs up north on Connecticut Avenue. This is Connecticut. This is Florida. Goes on to give different views of the suspect in the incident leading up to it. They do get a good visual on the suspect who did take it, which was him. And there'll be some other views further on in the video. That's the suspect right there, waiting to get in line. So this is when it spills out, the doors open, the crowd immediately backs away a little bit. The gun falls out. Right there, the gun's on the ground. Security's still dealing with the situation. The gun falls out, suspect grabs it. That was pretty much the meat of the altercation outside that was provided from Mr. Schaefer. again, the video was helpful. It gave a photo recognition on the suspect and the incident inside and outside. So I do appreciate that. And that's the fourth video right there. It goes on to different views of Florida Ave view. Shows the suspect running northbound on Connecticut Avenue, fleeing that way. So it was also provided with this view as well of the incident.
Mr. Zolikoff, the suspect who took the gun, was this person involved in the altercation, or was he just an innocent bystander? Do you know?
Yeah, from what it appears to be, he was just waiting in line to go in. He's seen the opportunity. The fight, it spilled outside. The weapon dropped. It appeared to be like a spontaneous thing where he seen it, grabbed it, and ran.
All right, you can. Any questions by any of the board members on the video? And any of the videos? You can close your screen for the moment, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions by any board members on any of the videos? Any questions? Sergeant Brown, any questions regarding the video, sir?
No question from me.
Mr. Bianco?
No, sir.
All right. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Zolikoffer?
No, I guess to note that let me see here. The establishment has been having some calls for service in the past. There have been some gun violations in the past that I've noted. One going back to 2019, October 19, one on June 5th, 2021, where another shooting was occurred. So there have been some issues with guns and violence over at this establishment, but nothing else to note.
Mr. Zolikoff, just one last question. I forgot to ask it before. Do you know if there's anything in the security plan that talks about whether or not the security can have a weapon?
I was looking for that. It doesn't state that specifically. It kind of addresses that weapons of any kind are not permitted in assets for any reason. So I'm assuming that goes for all, but nothing specific to patrons and staff separately.
Do you know? I'm sorry. Do you know? The security plan. Do you know if there's any specifics about training by security?
Yes, it does. It does state quite a few training requirements. Let me note here. Security staff training, staff levels. Oh, excuse me. It's noted on page 2, I believe. Security personnel training requirements. It says assets has 3 security personnel on duty when it's open for business. Only patrons 21 years older may enter assets premises. They do have some training on here that's required by the security staff as well. I'm trying to locate it. I can't find it at the moment right now, but I do remember coming over the fact that they do have training for security staff prior to them being able to work. I want to say 14 days prior to them being able to work, they're required to go through some type of security training prior to working.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zolikoffer. Mr. Bianca, any questions that you want to ask any of either the investigator or the sergeant?
No, Mr. Anderson, I have no questions.
Do you have, does your client have any response about what occurred, sir?
Sure. So I could, since the board's not hearing from sworn witnesses, I could put some background information on the record if it helps the board with context with respect to my client's security procedures and what is permitted and to the best of our knowledge, what occurred on the evening in question. Investigator Zoller-Koffer, I think, is correct. The cited section of the security plan states that weapons of any kind are not permitted in assets for any reason. To the extent that that language is ambiguous in any way, let me clear it up. My client does not permit its security guards to have weapons, guns or otherwise, licensed or otherwise, in the establishment. It's a violation of their policy. In this particular case, this individual had a concealed weapon on him at the time, or at least he evidently admitted that he had a concealed weapon on him and sought its return. My client's security consists of two different components. There are some in-house security that they hire, one of whom is the head of security who coordinates both his in-house folks as well as the outside contractors. Outside contractor. And this particular individual with the concealed weapon in this case was employed by the outside contractor. My client's procedure for dealing with the outside contractor is at the time that they were hired, approximately a year and a half ago. The outside contractor was provided with a copy of the security plan, including the weapons prohibition. Each individual that is to come and work at the establishment is handed a copy of the security plan. My client's in-house head of security, Luke Cooper, conducts a training with the individuals that are going to be providing security at the establishment, which includes going over both the security plan as well as an additional one-page document of policies and procedures. Included in that document, that one-page document, is a very clear indication that weapons are not permitted to be carried by any employees of the establishment. This includes security personnel. And in addition to that, in speaking with the owner of the company that provides security, that individual specifically informs his folks, including the person in question in this case, that weapons are not permitted at the establishment by security officers. Since this incident occurred, my client had a all-team meeting, reiterated the fact that weapons are not allowed at any point and has by any person, and has even instituted random pat downs or wandings of employees when they come to work. So they don't do it to everybody, but want the people to know that there is a chance walking in the door, they will be checked for weapons. So it's a violation of my client's policy. This carrying of this weapon was not condoned. It was not encouraged. They did not know about it. And following the incident, this person was immediately terminated, has not returned, will not return to this particular establishment. We've taken measures to redouble efforts to make sure that staff is trained and clearly understands that they are not to bring weapons under any circumstances to the premises.
I'm sorry, who does the training for your security again, sir?
So
I'm sorry, the security for the license for the applicant.
Sure. So the in-house head of security is named Luke Cooper, and he is a direct employee of the establishment and not a contractor. He does the training.
And what type of training is it that he provides? What's his background? What's his background?
So the training I'm speaking of is not security training per se. It's on the specifics of the security plan for this establishment. So it consists of reading through the security plan, reading through the additional disclosure and direction that no weapons are allowed, among other rules and regulations, it's not necessarily, best practices training for outside contractors who come to us from a company that has conducted the training for those best practices. So the training that we give is specific to the policies and procedures of this establishment, as opposed to general training about security practices and best practices and procedures. And I don't know Mr. Cooper. I could let Mr. Schaefer weigh in on exactly what his background is. And I can also tell you that in addition to Mr. Cooper's training, retired MPD Sergeant Ray Middleton provides more detailed security training for both the on-staff as well as contractor security providers inside of the establishment.
So tell me the relationship between the contracted security and in-house security.
Sure. So there are a few. So there is a head of security that is in-house, that is directly employed, and 2, possibly 3 on payroll in-house security officers. And Mr. Schaefer, you can correct me if I'm wrong if it's more than that. And Mr. Cooper, who is the in-house head of security, also oversees the contractors, and the contractors have been providing additional security for about the last 1.5 years. And on any given night, there will be 2 or 3 contractors in addition to the in-house security folks for the establishment. So the in-house head of security is in charge of all security operations at the premises, including employees and contractors.
Now, do you know whether or not the security, any security that's been, I know you mentioned a retired MPD security person that works with the establishment, but do you know whether or not any security guards that are employed either directly or contracted by the establishment, if they have licenses from MPD?
It's my understanding that they do. I have not looked up the licensing, but the name of the security company is Aaron Bird Security, or ABS. And it is my understanding also from reviewing the licensing materials that are available from DCRA, is that although MPD's department is the licensing body, that licensing is run through the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. And at hiring, my client certainly inquires and verifies that the company that they're hiring are appropriately licensed. We do not have a policy in place where we continue to back check, but certainly certainly at the outset of the contractual relationship, it is something that my client tries to establish.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Any questions by any board members of Mr. Bianco or of his client? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Mr. Bianco, will you please restate? You said DCRA gives licenses for guns?
No, we're talking about the licensing of security companies and security officers. And DCRA does not give licensing for guns or for special police, which are security officers licensed to carry guns. If you'll
Okay, I do understand that.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bianca, it was testimony earlier today that this particular guard had a warrant on him. Is that correct?
I have no idea. We don't get notified if
Can
there's
anyone who's going to testify today, especially the owner, Can someone at least tell me as a board member, how can someone with a warrant on them, first of all, be hired, secondly of all, be running around the nightclub or around the business with a concealed weapon on them?
Mr. Short, I'm just going to interject. What the report stated, sir, was that because the individual did not have a concealed weapon permit, MPD put a warrant after. So it was after the fact. The warrant was issued after the incident occurred. It was not before the incident.
Thank you. I misconstrued. I thought he might have had a warrant before the weapon was dropped. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to ask, well, I'll wait. Not a problem. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Any questions? Any other questions by anyone of any board members or you, Sergeant Brown, regarding the ownership, the licensee?
No question from me.
I just want to switch gear a little bit. Sergeant Brown, how long have you been a police officer, sir?
I've been a police officer for 8 years.
8 years. And I'm just curious about how is it that I guess this person allegedly has his gun in a holster. How could this incident occur? I mean, is this as a police officer who, if you have, and I know I'm not saying this person's but he has his gun in a holster. So can you explain to me, sir, how can something like this occur, sir?
Yeah, so there's two kind of holsters, okay? There's like a leather holster that most people have or use when they have a concealed carry. This is one that I have. Hold on. If everyone can see, this is a leather holster. This is what I have. This is issued by MPD. This is what I use on a daily basis when I'm not at work or when I'm heading into the city or what have you. There's another kind of holster that comes with MPD as well. That's a hard shell holster. Hard shell, hard plastic. This is leather, kind of bends and folds. The other one is a hard plastic. In both types of holsters, in my leather holster, there's a point where I can put it in and it'll snap in, and so it snaps on. So even if I'm running or if I'm jogging or if someone were to try to pull this weapon out, it can't just come out. That's if you have the leather holster and if if you have it snapped. If you don't have it snapped, and you try to pull, or if I'm running or if I trip and fall, this may or this may not come out because there's nothing to hold or secure it from the top point. What the security guard, going back to the hard plastic holster, most holsters, hard plastic, not all, but some, have a kind of almost like the same thing. There's a point at the very top where you can lock it in place or something that can overlap it. So the same thing. So even if you press down and open it, it may come up. But if you actually have it, if you have the top point locked, even if someone were to try to reach in, you can't take it. Or same thing if you're trying to break up a fight and you bend or move, it wouldn't come out if the top part is locked on. What the security guard had that night, what type of holster, I personally do not know. I was not the official that responded to the scene. I'm not sure if he had a leather holster like what I have, or if he had the hard plastic holster. But either way, whatever he might have had, he didn't have it properly secured, at least fastened in from the top portion. So maybe that's why the gun fell out when it did. It didn't look like anyone pulled it out the holster. It didn't look like the security guard, pulled it out the holster. It might have been not secured properly, and when he was trying to escort or break up the fight, it looked like it came out at the portion when he came out the front door, maybe went down the step, maybe when he bent over or what have you, and then it fell out, or not, the object fell out, the gun fell out, and it says suspect picked it up. So I know that was a brief overview. If anyone has any questions about that, please let me know.
Thank you for the overview. I'm just baffled that a gun could fall out of a holster and some person with all the melee and just someone just saw it, grab it, and ran. I'm just.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Mr. Short. I'm getting to you. So I'm getting to you. That's how So I was curious. So thank you for the explanation that you gave, sir. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Sergeant Brown, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
After watching the video, I must ask this question. The pistol falling out, and I couldn't see whether it was automatic or whether it was a revolver. The video wasn't that clear, but luckily, if it was a revolver, when it falls to the ground like that, it's a possibility it could go off by itself. Isn't that true?
Is that question addressed for me, Mr. Short?
Yes, it is, Sergeant Brown. Forgive me. So again, I couldn't tell. It looked more like a 9mm that was picked up, but if it were a revolver or some other type of gun, just by falling to the ground, can a gun discharge?
Short answer, yes. Likelihood, most likely not. And the reason being is it takes a certain pressure point to actually for the trigger to compress to actually projectile to come out. So at least in a pistol, in a handgun, semi-automatic handgun, which is what I have, a Glock, it takes 5 pounds of pressure. Now, just falling to the ground, there's a cover over most guns. Actually, all guns that I've seen personally, there's a cover over the actual trigger. Now, just falling to the ground, if there wasn't that cover right there, could the trigger compress and projectile come out? Possibly. But it takes 5 pounds of pressure. So usually you have to have your, a finger or an object, something on the trigger to compress, to have that 5 pounds of pressure to pull back for a projectile or bullet to go off. So is it possible? Anything is possible, because sometimes certain guns malfunction. I've heard cases where a weapon will go off, even if you, depending on how you load the weapon, something could be mechanically wrong with the weapon. Is it possible? Yeah. Likelihood, slim to none. But is it possible? Yes.
Okay, and thank you for that answer.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
my last question to you would be, how dangerous was it for someone to pick up a pistol in front of the club with all that crowd out there and head north on Connecticut Avenue toward the Hilton Hotel, where we know certain times of the evenings there's a lot of traffic on Connecticut Avenue? What danger did that pose to the community around that club?
I would say it definitely posed a danger, a potential threat to the community. I'm not going to say what degree per se, but I would say, just a short answer, it would pose a danger or a threat. Reason being, for most individuals, if you have a concealed carry, which this gentleman did, he most likely took a course. He's been trained on said weapon. He knows how to use his firearm. He knows if the weapon is loaded or not. Someone who just picks up a weapon that is not his or hers, that maybe has no training on said weapon, doesn't know that weapon is loaded, how many rounds are in the magazine, if there's a round in the chamber, if it's like ready to operate, ready to shoot upon first fire. That creates a grave threat, not only to the community, but himself as well. It's almost like driving a car without having the license or not taking the proper study and or road test to actually operate a vehicle. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing. So this was not his weapon. He didn't know if the weapon was loaded or not, and it didn't belong to him. So there's several dangers or threats, as well as to the community. Another factor could be, you see someone running up the street or down the street or what have you, that's not an officer, with a gun in his or her hand. As an officer, if I were to see that, who knows the action or response I would take with someone who's not uniformed, running up and down the street with said weapon, or as a citizen, if you were to see someone running up and down the street, taking off in flight, not uniformed, not wearing any emblems that say police or whatever, with said weapon, that would just as a regular citizen walking the street, you may view that as a threat to you, and wouldn't know if you were the target of a potential assault or gun provocation or what have you. So I know that's a roundabout answer, but hopefully that provides some insight.
Thank you again for your service, Sergeant Brown, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. Thank you, Sergeant Brown.
Yes.
All right, Mr. All right. Any other questions, comments by anyone else? All right. Any final comment that you want to make on behalf of your client, Mr. Bianco?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. As I stated before, this is a fact-finding hearing. The board, the chief of police had requested that we have a fact-finding hearing on this matter. We have had the hearing. The board will take this matter under advisement and make recommendations for further action. The options that are available to the board: no further action because we do not believe that a violation occurred, or we can refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to consider whether or not they should bring a show cause hearing against the establishment. And so if there are no other questions, Sergeant Brown, thank you very much for your appearance today and your testimony today. And Mr. Bianco and your client, thank you for being here today. And this matter is adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay. Good day.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I just want to make sure that we have concluded our day. Since we have concluded our afternoon calendar, then I'm going to close our agenda for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B 14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on January 25th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensee, and investigative agenda for January 25th, 2023. As published in the DC Register on January 20th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Penny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on an electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members and the members of the public who have participated in these hearings today. So now that we have adjourned, I'm asking all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.